The following video was pre-recorded on twitch.tv/codedman9000. More information on the stream times at the end of the video. Previously on Stone to Space.
For the start of Chapter 3, we went to Kerbal Space Program to learn how to make rockets so that we could explore the stars for a new home. We began playing on career mode while not knowing anything about what we were doing. After doing some research off-stream, we then moved to the science mode with newfound knowledge. We went to both moons, created communication networks, planes, science missions, a space station, and then ended the game by traveling all the way to Duna in the Antari ship.
After arriving at Duna, our ship the Antares fell apart, causing us to land on Duna and mine its resources so that we could fix the Antari ship. We unlocked various buildings, and also different types of science. After fixing everything but scanners on the ship, we then left the planet behind us as we continued to travel in space. Partially during our space flight, we landed on an asteroid. Over the course of a few hundred cycles, we had mined out the asteroid, converting its resources into various things that we needed in order to keep 24 dupes alive. We made a lot of automated machines to take, cool, or convert items into other items. We then turned on a machine that would allow us to take a dive into the dreams of one of our dupes. After our first Dupe Dream and Vintage Story, we came back to Oxygen Not Included. We then used our rockets to go to different asteroids. We went to a water-filled asteroid, a lava-filled asteroid, and we also went to a frozen asteroid to get our final crop. After going back and forth multiple times from the water and lava asteroids, we made our last and final endgame materials. While doing this, we also finished upgrading our main base, and also found both the Temporal Tear Opener and the Temporal Tear. Hello and welcome to a Twitch Plays Along series called Stone to Space. Today we're in Chapter 3, Space Travel. Today we are playing Timberborn. And what we did in the last stream is that we continued adding this in, so we extended that a little bit. We also raised the water level over here. Among other things, we started doing the tree farm here. We got this started on being completed up to the height that we want this ground to be. And we moved almost everything out of this area so that we can fill that in as well. The next thing that we're going to be doing is lowering this island to the same height and getting that as our second tree farm. This right here with all these blueberries is going to be a third tree farm with a way to go up and over this into our town. We're also trying to figure out how many of these pods we actually need to keep our population at a certain number. I'm going to try to keep it between 70 and 80, but we might do more. And we also got beaver bots started, so we're currently using them. We have 12 unemployed beaver bots, which I don't remember having 12 at the end of the last stream, but anyway, I think that's partially because of our power. We increased our power, so during the temperate season we're able to create the beaver bots at the max speed, and we were struggling a little bit because we kept having droughts and bad tides, which meant that we didn't have the entire power, which is increased by these two wheels. We also started building this. This is going to turn into a large dam. Right now they were filling this in and a beaver bot got stuck. All of our builders are bots now. None of them are regular beavers. We also need to get rid of these because we don't need them anymore. And we have a drought approaching in about 3 days. Now you are moving so incredibly slow. This right now is our escape for the bad tide. So when we have a bad tide, the bad water will then go down here and go straight off the map rather than mixing with the liquids down here. We are going to be doing that with this as well, which I guess I could set up now the max height that we're going to have this. So we're going to have it right here. That's the wall. So the water's going to stream through here. Speaking of stream, how wide is this while we're here? It is the exact width of the water that we have coming out. So although we are moving it 2 tiles to the left, it is going to be coming out straight like this. Now, we don't need to put anything here, but I do need to put tiles there. Not that wide though. We only need it 1 tile wide. So that's going to be the end goal right there. Now, we did add more to this. The paths. We're just waiting for them to actually do the platforms to get across. That'll get done in the background. And I'm trying to think of what we really want them to do. I think we want to work on getting this set up for being our new Bad Tide escape. So if I get down there, how would I get down there? I guess going straight through this. And then I do path. Path that way, path this way. This is going to overflow for sure. So I'm not actually sure where I want to put the floodgates. I definitely want to get rid of all of these. Dead berries are the only things that get deleted immediately without needing builders to come over and destroy it. I'm thinking what we will have to do is a couple levees making a box. Or maybe just going like this. This would have to be floodgates. So we would need this demolished. We also need a way to get up these to put in all of the levees. So let's do that. And I, of course, want to high prioritize all of that. And that staircase. These, they should be able to do all of it without getting stuck from here. Because that should still be able to be reached. Yes, it is. Alright. I doubt that they can reach this from where this path is, but they should be able to reach all of these. I really do want it to go out one more, though. Alright, we're gonna cancel these. And we're gonna extend this out one more block. Now, I'm tempted to put levees in here just to make sure this doesn't drain out. So I think we will do that. We'll do this. And we will cancel demolishing that until we get at least 2 floodgates in. So let's get those first 2 floodgates. And this is going to be connected to the same thing that this is, which is Bad Water Tide Water Switch. Bad Water Tide Switch. There we go. And we also need it set up the same way, so 1 and 0. 1, 0. Why is water backfilling? That seems odd. Huh. Oh, we're also going to need to move this sensor. The whole sensor system's going to have to be moved over to here. So let's do that now. We'll move this to right here before the floodgates. This will get placed in here where the floodgates are going to be. So if I do that now, we'll put them here. These are going to be automatically set to 0 when they get built. Oh, welcome in. Did I already say welcome in, Gino, earlier? I feel like I did, but if I didn't, congratulations on being first. What I got excited for while your music was going off is that after we went live, I put a new thing in on Firebot that whenever a Pokemon community game says a Pokemon appears, that it will automatically check to see if I have it. So now what I want to know is if I can set up another event and I should probably turn so that you guys can see this going on. Now this is available to be demolished. What are you currently building? Oh, that levee right there. Let's connect paths. And also all of this. So what I want to know with Firebot is if it will allow me to catch the Pokemon. So let's see, if I change this to instead of Pokemon appeared, we'll do this entire thing here. And I want it to then do exclamation Poke Catch Ultra Ball. We're gonna see if it'll try to catch a Pokemon automatically after checking if I have it. So now these are going to have to be named slightly different, so I'm just going to put a 1 at the end of the name. Because I'm going to guess that when I copy the name over, it's not going to allow me to have 2 sensors name the same thing. So I want this. Copy, okay. And click on this. That says contamination sensor. Oh, so it automatically put the 1 on it. Okay, so this one I just need to take the 1 off. And then this, we need to take the name from. So I can add it to this. Okay. Now, this needs to be switched to Bad Water Sensor. That is correct. Is this the same thing? Where are you going? They just went all the way around here to try and get rid of this instead of just making this one levee. I mean, cool, but I don't know why they did that. Okay, so We want both of these going off of this one relay? What's this one set to then? This one's just going off a drought, which is what we're in right now, so it's allowing all this water to mix. Okay. So this one is 75 and 1, so we want this to be automated to this at 75 and 1. So they should be the same. And then we want this on this as well. Yes. So that looks right. This right here will tell us if we still have bad water in this corner. If we don't, it'll allow the water to go through. Otherwise, it's going to be flowing down here, which will probably overfill. I am debating on putting a couple pieces of dynamite in here just to open the mouth of this river. So let's do that section there. And I'll raise the priority of all that. They should be able to reach it. I actually don't think they can. I'll put that there. They can reach 1 dynamite as far as I know, but I don't think they can reach more. Then all of this will flow down here. Even if it does back up, it'll overtop this and flow around. And hopefully it's able to escape through there. We'll have to do it slowly and see. If anything, we'll have to add a levee system going right here so that it doesn't have the chance to overtop against these birch trees. I was about to say, I'm surprised I haven't put in another, I haven't destroyed another remain here. We're gonna get rid of all of them now that I'm thinking about it, because we have stuff behind it. Speaking of dynamite, we should be dynamiting this area. We are also putting in the dirt in here, so that would be a reason why we're working a tiny bit slow. Oh, they probably can't reach this one, can they? No, they can. That means someone's just a slow mover walking over here with the dynamite. You're probably not going to build it. Yeah, I had a feeling. Alright, what I'm thinking about doing is doing that. That way they actually start building it. They have all the dynamite in. Let's grab all of this. Hopefully they get rid of that so I can put in the other 3 floodgates. And we'll be able to start taking this apart, which will allow us to let water in here, which should be the correct level. Yeah, that's there. That's the same level. This is too high, but we need to place this in as well so that we can flood this entire area, which may be flooded with bad water. So we'll have to wait for a bad tide to see how this stuff works before we allow the water to fill in this area. It does have blockages on the other two entrances to this area, but there's also a blockage here at the same height. So I don't know how the bad tide's going to do in this area. I have a feeling it's definitely going to top off over this. So I don't know, chat. We're still working on our bad tide system. They got rid of all the stuff over here, so let's put in our floodgates. Remaining 3. We'll also get them on a high priority. They're putting in all of the platforms. And then I told them to do this one levee here so that they can force this beaver to be shot out of this area. They shouldn't be doing these levees, although they think they did put in a couple pieces. But we found out that when they put in a levee, it just pushes the beaver over, so I'm hoping if we block the way out, they have no choice but to be put on top of something nearby. And if we're not lucky enough, they're going to end up building all the levees in this corner, and then I'm not going to be able to save them in the way that I want to. Why are you taking forever to do this? I mean, if they do that corner piece too, that would help. That would serve the same function. Do both of them. Hopefully... Nah, it did pop out. Let's see if we do that one first, if it'll save them. Are all the beavers coming over here with the stuff just slow moving? You're carrying 3 planks. You placed them all. Okay, so the next person's going to come over here and actually do the rest. So now all of this should be correct. We should be able to get rid of all this, but I'm actually going to wait. You guys are supposed to be doing this first, not that stuff. Drought has ended, so we're about to flood this area yet again. Oh, we're gonna have to put some stuff over here. So we need a 3 there. And 3 levees. Why are they not doing this one? They should be finishing this. It's a high priority. I think the person that's bringing the logs over is just walking very slow or something. Could be this person. Please. Thank you. Oh, it actually works! So, I now have a way to automatically catch Pokemon. The next thing to do would be to, I guess make an automatic way to buy items if I run out of balls. I pushed the beaver over here. Alright, we're gonna have to cancel this and put a staircase so they can get out. I was trying to avoid doing that. Then the rest they can just build on their own. There are trees growing over here again. I'm waiting to destroy this until we have a bad tide. So I want to make sure that this is going to work correctly. They, still need to pick that up. So what I'm going to do is this, which is going to push the debris to a place I don't want it to be pushed to, but alright. Let's get someone over here to demolish this so that we can get rid of this stuff. Oh, they moved the items. Let's get rid of this then. And I caught the iron jugulis. Nice. If I can get rid of that blockage, I can delete this and then tell them to pick up the debris. How are they doing on the ladder? They just need someone to hit it a few times. They could, if they weren't separated, just build it. Unlike an auction I included, they can't build things if they're stuck. They're considered not part of the colony. How's the dirt doing? They got pretty far. Oh my god. The kitten just jumped up onto the bench that I have my feet on to get into the window that I have open. And they just whacked their head so hard onto the bottom of the computer table. They put dynamite in right here. And quite a bit of it, too. I wasn't even paying attention to them doing dynamite. Let's detonate all this. Awesome, that's a large section of this open. We can start growing things that we weren't. What is going on right here? Well, that's just people having issues with power. Because all of these don't have power. Let's put that back on regular. You know what, let's do all this on regular speed. So that they can get 3 extra charging stations. Oh, they got the person out. Get rid of this, put the levee back in. since we have so many bots available, I am going to turn the lumberjacks into the bots. So that we can also cut all day long. And we have an extra 3 beavers, so I'll put them into the lumberjack, to the planters as well. Alright, if we did not prioritize them to build something specific, what would they be building? This stuff was placed in after this. Actually, I think the beaver bot factories may have been before. This is the new builders and haulers posts. They have the dirt. I think that's it. Where are you going? You're going over here to go home? Oh, that's just levies. Okay, I guess that makes sense. A little odd to be going way over there, but makes sense to do it. The little path over here is getting extended further. And we're still pumping as much as we were. I am tempted to move these power wheels down one, which would also include us moving this water pump down one. And I do kind of want them to build these in a way that we would get another set of beaver bots, so we would want to... Why is that on Hive? Oh, that's the workplace. So we would need to go all the way down to here just to get another another thing of limbs. This is another thing ahead. We need at least 2 beaverbot factories. Or we need 1 factory of all 3 types to support 2 beaverbot assemblers. What's this? That's the automation thing. They're getting pretty close to finishing this off. They almost have the path in. How's our power doing while we're here? Not good at all. We're down by 1,000 horsepower that we need, and we're thinking about increasing what we need. I also think that's partially because they're charging themselves. We're almost done this area. think I might want them to prioritize all this. So if I were to match the power that we currently need, I think that was 4,000. And with how much we're currently making, we're at about... We'll cut this short and say 32. We need an additional 1,000. So I want to put an additional 1,000 of power wheels. Which I need to math out. Actually, we can do this a little bit easier by doing the impermeable floors. Because we just need to do sets of 5. 2, 3, 4. That should be how many we need. We'll put in one more, so we need all of this built. So that we can have enough power to run what we currently have, plus a tiny bit extra. And I think a part of the power issue that we have is because we're also charging the beaver bots. They only have about 6 more blocks they're going to build before they do something else. This last one was the last thing we placed in, so they'll do these before that one levy, which I'm okay with. Well, not okay with is how long it takes for them to get over here. So what I'm thinking about doing is making them a tiny bit quicker by maybe using this path to get over there. I don't know if that's quicker or not. Can I see the distance? 160. So 160 over here. That one path tile is the same distance from the district center than this. So I think they're roughly the same distance from this stair. Actually, no, but from right here, they are. They only have 3 more levies. They're getting pretty close to being done this. Excuse me. Scratchy throat. Let's see how the well-being is doing. How are they? Quite a bit of people are injured, so we're gonna have to get beaver bots and something that is causing them to be injured. Still need more campfire and more rooftop terrace. So they're not getting enough time in both of these. Could probably fit one more campfire right here. We go into well-being. And we'll put one rooftop terrace right here. That's probably the last one that we could fit in this area. Before adding more homes. And these don't take very much, so I am going to high prioritize them so that they're done now rather than later. Look how close they are to finishing this. Nice. They also started doing the beaver bots, so we want to switch this over, pause this. We want to unpause this and switch it over. And then this is going to be switched over, and we're actually going to use it. This can be paused. We don't want this. Then they just have these to build. Which takes planks, gears, metal parts. All things we can afford. Oh, they're doing the dynamite first. Okay. I understand why they would do that. Let's get them to finish all of this just because I want to see this as a finished product in a way. You know, one layer is finished. There is a Glammeow in chat. The closest cat-like Pokemon to looking like Tori. Now this shouldn't take too long. It's only 6 metal blocks. That's probably the thing that we're going to be lacking on the most. Which we actually have a backlog of. The thing we don't have a backlog of is dynamite. It's actually very low. Our dirt is also low, so we probably would benefit from having 2 of these going. That's a lot of power to have being used. So now, with another trio of these going, we can turn on 2 more of these assemblers. But I'm gonna hold off a little bit. We'll get a backlog of parts. Because I want to get this stuff done, and also a little bit more power added to our colony before we do anything else. Just need 6 more planks and then that's done, and then of course 48 logs for the levees in total. And we have another fire pit, and we also have more rooftop terraces. So they should be getting better. It's not going to be an immediate thing. They're not all getting the shrub. But there's only one way to leave, so I don't know what's going on there. Maybe because they were born and then immediately went into a job. Who knows? But all of these should also be up pretty high as well. We'll worry about that in the future. Now, because we set these up, we don't have enough beaver bots, but that's fine. They should be... Actually, they're not part of the haulers. So I don't know what jobs do not have beaver bots. But it shouldn't really matter for right now. Is this done? They just need someone to hit it a few times. And there they go. That's done. They're doing the last levy. They just need at least one person to come over. I don't know if they're going to build the levy or not. But after that, they should be doing this. And the dynamite as well. Ah, we also have our gear workplaces, so we can pause these. We don't need them running if we have these 3. And we can't get rid of these because the centrifuges need power, and we're not ready to move them over yet. So I'm going to give them a little bit to finish up the dirt, because there's not that much left. They may do the dynamite as well, until we run out of dynamite. It looks like this was the cutoff for this section here. And we're having another drought rather than a bad tide. So we're gonna be waiting even longer for the other stuff to get done. I think this has to be set to a higher priority, so that they actually do it. At least a higher priority than the dynamite. I want to know why there's so many bots just sitting here. I wonder if a bot that is not charged is not counted as a working bot. So if their battery drains, they get sent to not being assigned here. So if we charge them more, we might be able to have more workers. I think that's how this works. I don't really know. But this should make the beaver bots creation more efficient. They just put in the last few blocks for that, so that should be done. And this just needs 4 metal parts. And then we have 3 more recharging sections. There we go, we just need someone to build it. And we just gained 3 more charging stations. Now, what I'm gonna do is put a district center right here that's not connected. That gets built immediately. Okay, I didn't know that. We're gonna quickly delete this. Place that in. Everyone's gonna say they don't have a home, and then it's gonna reapply everything. Unless it happens instantly. That's a new change. Okay, do I want them to focus on the dynamite, or do I want them to focus on power? Dynamite's not that much longer to do. We have 60 dynamite. That's probably not going to cover all this, so it'll run out eventually. The amount of beavers we have is going up. They're also almost done this. So what I'm thinking about doing is, I guess, finding whatever has a risk. And getting the beavers off that. So we'll say high chance of injury at the top. No injury there. High chance of injury here. So let's put bots on that. There'll be less beavers getting hurt. Medium chance in the smelter. High chance at explosives. Okay, so that's all these. We'll slowly fizzle them out over time. We should also unpause these so we can get more bots. And they're doing pretty good at placing in all this dynamite. We're staying around the same number. I think we're only going down at night due to nobody working in the dynamite room. Or buildings. And it looks like those extra 3 charging stations is enough to keep our beaver bots charged. The numbers that are standing right here are going down. And we are in yet another drought. I really want to have a floodgate that can be set to a third option. Although we could just have this opened. Now look at this. On if both inputs are on. When it's on, that's up all the way. So we would want this to be a 0 and that to be a 1. So if this is on, we want the contamination sensor to still stay there. And we would want not bad tide. Because we're going to switch this. No, we would also want not contamination. Or we could switch this to being less than 3% rather than anything greater than 3%. We're going to switch this. So we want not bad tide. And we want this to be less than 3%. And then we want to go like this. Because that will allow us to use all this water. This needs to be switched then as well. And we can see how this water is going to flow, or the bad tide, I mean. So I think we want to get down here and break this apart in the future. I'm not worried about it now, so we're going to ignore it. Now they are almost done a whole section here. Once they do these two, I'm going to blow this. Or we might wait. I'm going to guess that this slow guy is the one that's coming over to here. Yep. And they're probably not going to build the dynamite. Okay, we're going to detonate this once nobody is walking through the dynamite. That allows even more water to come through, or even more fertilization. They finished all the dirt over here, so we should be working on the dirt here, but I also need to get the water going through here so we can have everything capable of being fertilized. Or fertile soil, I mean. It does seem like we're not getting through our beavers. So let's put in a couple more charging stations. Of course, with paths. And let's look at that last thing that's on here. The grease factory, medium chance of injury. Factory that produces slippery grease that makes bot machinery run smoother. So maybe that helps with them working longer? Not sure. But what I am sure about is we are going to do these high priority. That way we can get more bots working. Apparently I don't have Bouflint, and I am also trying to catch it. Oh, they're putting all the gears. We don't want all of these right now. That's a lot of unnecessary power. Do I even want this one going? I don't think I want that going either. These also need to be switched to bots. And that is on... Do we need that? Maybe. I think we did increase that on purpose. Don't know if we needed 4 planks. I think it was because we increased our gears, so we do want that on. They're just going around doing random things now. So this is going to be there. And then we're going to pause this as well once it's done. Now what are they going to build? Are they up here? They are up here. Awesome. Why are they not doing these though? Gears. Are we out of gears? We are out of gears. Let's turn on a 4th one of these. And that's of course down to the fact that we don't have enough power. So we're working on that now. If I were to put another wheel in, the power would be connected here, so we would need to move the staircase differently. We're also out of dynamite, so they are still working on this. But since we don't have enough dynamite, they're not doing that right away. Oh, we're also in a deficit of power. We also went up another 1,000 horsepower, so we're going to need another 10 wheels instead of just 5. These don't take gears, do they? No, they're just planks, logs, metal blocks. Gotcha. Okay. We are getting some charging stations put in. They're doing it very slowly. We do have 9 more available bots, so I'm gonna try and switch all these over if I have the science for it. And the explosives take bad water, which is up here. So we could switch these over too, but I don't think I need to yet. And this is also only 1,000 science, so we'll switch these over. Now, all of our production things down here are all run by bots. I think we want the builders placed in. We'll be tripling how many builders we have. If I get them to do all those. And then we'll just destroy these two. Which I should probably switch like this. Yep. Also by haulers too. No, I don't want to duplicate, I want to copy settings. There we go. No, it didn't copy the prioritize by haulers thing, because I didn't click it, I guess. There's supposed to be builder bots as well. That would explain why we're building things a little bit slower than before. Let's grab all this stuff. And since I don't know why all this is down here, let's get rid of all of that and move the staircase to its final place, which should line up with the path. That shouldn't take too long for them to do. We do have all of these now in, which probably stole job places from other areas. But we will be building a lot quicker. So I need to figure out what we need to increase. Probably this. Probably this. We don't need this many beavers being builders. We'll double our build. You know what? We'll just add 1 extra building. So now they should be prioritizing doing something else. Yeah. That should have fixed our beavers for a little bit. Once they put this platform in, which they just need to hit, they'll start doing the staircase and getting us down there so we can do all this stuff. And we don't have to worry about them getting tainted by the bad water. They should be able to do this from down here. After they do the first one from up there, they should be able to get down and do the rest. Why does it seem like they didn't do they're not doing the staircase? We're out of planks and gears. Now that they're using the new path, we can get rid of these. I think I want to turn off one of these so that we can keep a backlog of stuff. And it looks like this 10th building is for arms or the limbs, because we're not keeping a storage of limbs, but we are keeping a storage of the chassis and the heads. We also have a lot of dynamite placed in, so let's delete the dynamite. And I'm thinking about filling in this little cutout here. I don't think it would destroy much of the crops if we did. We just went like that. Especially since we're going to be adding a walkway through here anyway. Paintbrush became alerted because the neighbor's dog's outside. They are filling in more jobs over here for some reason. Oh, we want to pause all of these. Well, actually, not all of them, just half of them. We don't need that many haulers. So this is going to be the 2. And this will be the 10. That's actually only 5 people. That's also only 5 people. Okay, so we're going to increase how many haulers we have either way. And we can't get rid of this yet. Oh no. I need to change what this throws a Pokemon for. So on top of that, I need it to say my name. So that it doesn't throw a Pokeball for every person checking. So let's see if the next time Gina or somebody else does not have a registered Pokemon, if it throws a ball. We're getting close to having our backlog of dead beaver bots completed. We're working through it. They can now get down here, so they're going to be doing all of the platforms. And what I'm going to do, lower the priority on all this so that they stop adding stuff in at the point that we no longer want them to add stuff to. That way we can focus on things that we do want done. Like finding out where I'm going to be putting all of this food. Let me look at the production, or the food island picture I have. I have large storages for all the production stuff, okay. So we're gonna have the storages over here on this island. All the raw ingredients. Now we do still need to add dirt into this section here. So let me set that up. We'll go by the chunk, I suppose. And then this is going to get cut off here. So that'll be this area. That'll connect us into this, just like that. That'll be a secondary way to get to this to get across while we destroy all the paths in here. We are going to need to make a way to get up to the water, so I think we'll do this connection point here next. And then we'll start doing all this. I just don't know where the fertile land is going to stop once we add this in. Why aren't they building these? Planks. Okay. Do I have these all set to laboratories by haulers? does seem like it. Okay. Everything is prioritized for haulers. I also put some platforms out here, because this path can apparently reach all the way over there. That's cool. I was expecting them to do that. They only need to do 2 more platform sections out here before we add more power to our production. I could keep doing the way that we were doing with the curved staircase each time we put in a wheel, but I feel like that was taking longer than just doing this. If we just build the platforms all and then continue going up. What are we out of? Probably planks, yep. Gears as well. I really think it's down to the amount of power we have. If we put in a couple of wheels, we would have more power being available to us. So we're currently at the point where I decide on if I'm going to move this staircase or not. And I don't think we have a choice, we have to do that. I am still debating on doing it or not. That's why I haven't done it yet. I really don't want to. I'm gonna turn one more plank workshop on. I'm going to turn these 2 buildings on low priority. Hopefully with just one more plank building, they're able to make things more... or make more things, I mean. They started doing the dirt because they have that prepared. Dynamite, they actually got more dynamite and I'm surprised. We're almost done with the dynamite. That died out because it got dried out. Oh, because they put in the dirt over here too. So we are seeing the cutoff point for the plants. They are getting this done. I'm surprised. So I'm not doing too bad. I think we actually are increasing our planks with how many we just added or just started turning on. You know, with us being halfway on this, we probably should have half of all of our buildings turned on. So we have the gears all turned on. We would want this one turned on as well. I think that's a good way of looking at this. What do they need? They also need blocks, but we're also always making the blocks anyway. How close are we to being out of metal? We're kind of close. We do have a small section out here with the pine trees, and we're kind of already connected up to here, so we can get these as well. Pretty soon we're going to have to find the place that we're going to be mining out from the ground, which would be this thing here. We're going to need to get one of them unlocked. I know there's another one over here. Right here. That is going to be underwater later on, just like the one I just showed you. And I'm pretty sure there's a fourth one. Oh, there's one right here that's not underwater. It's a decent distance away from our production area, though. I think those are the only ones. I think there's only 4. So that's what we have to look forward to. Now we had, I think, 3 droughts back to back. I am hoping that the next thing we get is a bad tide, so that we can see what happens when we have a bad tide in this area. And those last 3 dynamite they can do from the bottom. We have another drought. Is not what I wanted. Now we can see where our dirt is going to end. We do need to move a few things out of here. So how do I want to do this? I think I want to start with crops. We have 6 crops. We would need 6 different sections for these crops. I can definitely cut this area into 3 sections. So it'd be this one here and then slice that in half. Could do the same down here if we extend out a little bit more. We then also need 2 trees. 4 trees, actually. We have the berries, coffee, pine tree for resin, and the mangroves for the fruits. The only 2 trees that are in the iron teeth that don't do anything else other than wood is oak and birch. So we have 10 sections that we need to make here. I wonder if I can path this out for adding them in. That's 1. This is going to cut the entire thing in half, so this is going to continue all the way over. So 1, 2. We have this being a 3rd one. That could be one of the trees, or that could be all berries. This could be all resin going straight down here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So as iron teeth, have a beaver be born. Oh. Okay. There is an achievement for having a beaver be born in something specific. Okay, so now that I changed the community thing to having my name as part of the thing, it did not do this correctly. So what I want to do, add another filter. Message text contains we're going to put my name on a different thing. Take my name out of here. So now it has two things to check for. And that should work next time. There's a Pokemon. We don't want that path there. So yeah, how many things? 1, 2, 3, 4. That's the staircase. Five? We could do 7. So you kind of want to make this a little bit smaller now that I'm looking at this. So what if we went up to here? Not that height. Oh, I'm not really adding this. You know, I think what we'll do is we'll cut this open a little bit more. I do want the path there, though. Which would mean... get rid of all that. Let's get rid of this. You know what? We don't need the path at the bottom layer at all. We can just go to there. We don't need these staircases. We do still need this, which I'm actually going to do a straight path instead of them going around. Okay, so now this path would go straight down here. That makes this a tiny bit smaller and gives us a little bit more room over here. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We need to cut this into 4 sections. What if I... So this is going to come down to here. I don't want a path that high up, but what if I did a path like here? Cutting into that, then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We still don't have 10 areas. It's hard for me to visually see how much room we have without being able to move stuff. Oh, and some of our things are these buildings anyway. I think what we're gonna have to do is just place down the crops and then worry about the other stuff. like see how much we have afterwards. So let's start doing the crops up here. We're gonna do kohlrabies. Yes, they're no out here though. Next thing is cassavas, which I think are these. So what we're gonna do is have a bunch of my stuff fly off the table because of the wind. We want to move the canolas or the soybeans to here for right now. Hey, baby. You actually can't reach these 4 rows, so we'll ignore that. How are they doing way out here? I think they're doing the last platform, so they have to get to. They are. So up next, we'll go like this. I think I might want to just add all the dirt in and then dynamite what we aren't able to use. So we definitely want farmhouses out here. We also definitely want storage for these. So I'm going to put 2 here so that they're on harvest and dig. We're going to tell them to prioritize kohlrabies. We're also going to put in the max large storehouse right here for kohlrabies. That's cassava. That's kohlrabies. How long do these take to grow? 8 days. I don't know if we want this path right here. Now that I'm thinking about it. Because I don't think we need that many of cassavas. Do want to tell them not to grow there. I think we want to cut this down to where these soybeans are currently ending. Down to like that path. Get rid of this one. I think that also just made the farmhouses be right next to storage bin. It did. It made the exact same distance. So I'll put this back in. We'll wait a little bit longer for this to start growing, and then, you know, actually we can tell them to stop planting. I think this actually worked out a little bit faster than the other way we were doing this. Especially with us turning on more of these buildings so that we can try and keep up with the amount of gears and planks we need. Our bots out of power did go up, though. And I'm looking at this, and I think we could add in a little bit more. If we go... all the way out to here. Connect power over to here. Which this is actually not needed. We could continue adding more and more of these charging stations. So I'll do that because we're obviously getting more and more of these beaver bots. I think it might be time for another one of these buildings so that we can get more dirt. I don't think I was going to connect in, it doesn't. We didn't unlock this for beaver bots yet? Well, that would be why we're having so many people still getting hurt. I didn't notice that. That's also why we're not, you know, filling this in very quickly. This whole time I thought we finished what we needed science for. But I was wrong. They did put in the haulers over here, so let's take these away. We don't need that many haulers. Also don't need this platform. So that'll give us a lot of planks and logs that we need for the other area. I still don't think I actually want this amount of cassavas. They do have to be fermented, so we want more than we have kohlrabis. Kohlrabis are the edible portion, but these need to be fermented first. So the amount of time that it would take to ferment them, we want to account for. Let's tell our builders to get rid of this, because I'm getting tired of seeing it there and I want to put a path there to block it. I'm also going to need to tell them to come out here and do this. We do have this running because it's not temperate weather. We could... Ooh, there's a Palmo in chat. Firebot did throw the ball for me automatically. Earlier... Gina did PokeCheck and it didn't do the automated response. So what we're waiting for is for Gina to find a Pokemon that he does not have and see if that sends the Pokeball for me automatically. Alright, right now they should be building something on their own without me telling them to do so. And I'm guessing it's the dirt. Because I don't see anything else for them to actually be building aside from the levees that we just placed in. They could be doing these. They are doing those. Okay, so they finished those, however. So that means they should be coming back up here and doing this? No, they're doing something else. I don't know what the other thing is, but they're doing something else. And I caught Palma, nice. So now that we have this path actually connecting them around, we can put in the dirt in this area as well. And I know the arrows are pointing a different way. That may be an issue later on. Now, what I'm going to do for these charging stations is I'm going to place these all in now. So that when we go to switch this over to this power, we can just cut this off and immediately reconnect it. Oh, they're doing the levees. Nice. I'll let them come down this ladder to get to these instead of coming down the path and doing one at a time, just because it should be quicker. Once they do all these levees, we are going to be getting rid of both ladders and this one. And then doing it from the top here, since we can reach down that way. The thing they won't be able to do quickly is the power shaft and the platforms, though, so I'll place them in now. Those are all things that they have to do one at a time. We are starting to push the bad water out again. And we're almost over top this, so pretty soon this area is going to be turning blue. What priority is this set to? Oh, we cut off the path. That's why they're not over here doing this. Okay. I guess the next thing I want them to work towards is reaching this stuff. So that we can get the bad water out of here when we have the bad water tide soon. Let's make our way over. We want platforms there. Platforms here, and then we're gonna want platforms down here so that we can reach all of those. New well-being score. we're now up to 30. Why did it go over like that? So that to there. Then we have to figure out how the trees are going to let me get through here. Actually, if we go one more, we can just line it up with the rest of this path. Go like that, and then like this, and then we just need two ladders. And then that's how I prioritize all of this so we can get over to here quickly. So you should be doing that over top of doing the levees. Although they will still do the levees because the other stuff is just one at a time. So it'll take them a little bit longer. Once we get rid of this, I am a little bit less cautious to start doing this. Because even if it backs up a little bit, we have this barrier that should help push the bad tide out of here. We still have to close this off too. So I think what I want them to do after they do that, on a priority of not right now, but soon, we'll start adding another layer to this. This is the bottom layer of what the water is going to be. So this is going to connect all the way over. And we have a path so that we can run down this. And in the future, we're going to have to destroy this and put a staircase. Actually, after they do this whole entire layer, let's also tell them to put this in too. So that we don't have to build a ladder to get over to there, or a staircase to get over there. So we're starting to see how this is going to look later on. They also started building this. They got almost everything in there except for the gears. That also kind of makes sense, because we're using gears for the bots. Oh, right, they put in all the levees. So now it's time for me to start deleting all this. Grabbing all that debris, and also getting rid of this entire path. Because we are now going to put in levees all down this. And we're going to re-add the staircase over here. Do we need... No, I don't think we need to get down here to put in the wheels. We do need to get down here to get rid of this debris, though. To Farmer District cannot be reached. They can't reach that far? Really? Alright, we'll place the staircase back in and they'll be able to grab both of that. We'll just high prioritize the staircase in that one levee. They are almost across here now. Why are they doing this now? They don't need to do that now. How did we get to a score of that high? I think we need more shrubs. They're just not getting the shrub benefit. Yeah, let's add a couple more shrubs over here as a decoration. That should be more than enough. So if they come out of here and they immediately go into the fire pits, they'll get passed by 3. Anytime they leave here, they'll pass by 4. They got all the canola plants out of here. So let's add in the rest of the cassavas. Which I'm still debating on how much we're going to have here. I think we'll just go to this section. Which makes me want to put in the path for the water here. How far away does this go? So we're going to count from right here, this edge, to right here where it's a full green path. Now we can plant on this spotted green area, but I want to keep it completely green. So that is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 15 blocks away. With an additional 2, I think, where they can still grow, so it's a total of 17. So we're gonna need an opening or a path of water 15 blocks from this, and I guess 15 blocks from here. So it needs to be somewhere in the middle, which actually we could just do straight down the center. I don't know why I'm trying to do the math on it. Add 2 blocks there, put this here. Work this all the way down. And then this. This is an area I'm not too sure about. So what I think we're gonna do is cancel that. I think we're gonna put 2 small areas right here. We're gonna chop this whole top part into 3 pieces. I know right now it looks like it's 3, but this is really one group. This is going to be a path for water to go up. I'm trying to catch an ice cream cone in chat. We probably don't need the water to go further this way now. But I think this is enough. We probably don't even need all of this. Well, let's leave it in anyway. What I now need to do is tell them not to grow in here. so that we can delete it later on. And let's get a temporary path going across here to fix this area, so that we can do the rest of this. So we're going to add dynamite right here and blast a hole into this. That'll be fun. Alright, what are they doing? They still ended up placing in levees in there, even though I lowered the priority on that. They did, however, get all the way over to here. And they took care of that completely. Did they get the items from here? They did. So let's get rid of that, get the debris. Place in the 2 levees again. There we go. I'm gonna high prioritize these 2 levees because they're at a later build date. And we'll get rid of all of this. We'll grab that debris, and we are technically able to add in the power wheels now. That will give us at least another 1,000 power. You're catching everything? I am, because I don't usually catch stuff that's not Gen 1, so the automated thing is going to catch everything. And there are 13 bots out of power. That's partially because I messed up in here. So I blocked off their way of getting to these. Since we have 8 beavers that aren't doing anything, we'll add them to the hauler post here. They can fill it in if they end up having enough people. And I'm also going to put the dynamite in right now. Actually, they have a way to get across here if we want to dynamite it now. They can go all the way around to get back up this way. We're going to do that now and just high prioritize the dynamite, so that we can put a platform and put the path back in. Willow! Welcome in, Raiders. That is a lot of people. Willow. I guess I'm raiding him myself. Welcome in, Raiders. For those that don't know me in Willow's chat, my name's Coded. On my channel, we're playing a selection of all my games in an order to showcase mankind's progression through technology. We did a chapter on medieval city builder games like Settlement Survival, Manor Lords. We did a chapter on modern city builder games like City Skylines 2, Prison Architect, Another Brick in the Mall, stuff like that. We're now in a chapter of space travel. So we did Kerbal Space Program, Infraspace. We're also doing Oxygen Not Included. However, right now we're taking a break from Oxygen Not Included to do a side story where one of our dupes is dreaming that they are a beaver in a colony of beavers, and our end goal to get out of this game is to make the monument here, which sends beavers off in like a makeshift wooden plane. And once we do that and we send all of our beavers on the plains, we then wake up from the dream. So that's the end goal for this. It shouldn't take us too long. I'm going to assume maybe the rest of this month. I don't think we'll be playing this in June, but July, but we might. And right now we're working on getting more power using an aqueduct that we're currently building. We're also very close to finishing off what is going to be our large island for growing food. Also, Willow and Raiders, feel free to lurk. Nobody's held here at gunpoint. Let me check in on all the messages. Welcome in, Wojo, Applejacks. Whopper is not just a hamburger. That is almost a bannable offense here, Falpajacks. I can't believe you. Welcome in Oz, Willow, of course. Welcome in Nev. Gina, who's now here twice. Welcome into Orbital Void. I did not eat a burger today, Nev. It is Thursday. Whopper Wednesday was yesterday. This is not my first group of beavers. I actually can show you how many times I've played this game without loading in. I had a map. Like, usually I keep, anytime I do a game that allows me to have multiple saves, I'll keep a game that's just like first time. So this would have been the second time, as being the second time I played this. And then I don't know why I named this Legally Blind. I guess I was doing a joke with my friends in my hometown. And then just a whole bunch of different things. So the earliest of this is saying that I played it was in 2021. But I know I played it before this. So I don't know. I played this a bunch of times. Of course, there was a save file for testing before playing it on the stream, so I could do this as quickly as I could. Because we took 4 months and 2 weeks to play Vintage Story as a side quest, and I did not want this game to play out that long. Because although I do like the game, it's not one of my favorite games. Let's build that path in so we can get across there and have a more efficient walkway. Did they build the power? They still didn't build them all. I feel like they're doing this in a higher priority, like I didn't raise this, or are we just out of items? Oh, it's gears. We don't have gears. Gears are used for making the beaver bots, and we are just struggling to make enough, so let's turn on more of these. And see if another gear workshop will get us to having a backlog of gears. That will probably also cause us to turn on another plank so we can make the planks for the gears. Because although we are keeping a little bit of planks, we're mostly running out because we're using planks to build with. And now they have the more efficient way of walking across here. They are still putting in the dirt, which is great. They shouldn't be working on our beaver dam yet. Does look like they stopped working on it, which is what we want. That's a future project. That's not something we need right now. We do kind of want this, though. Which is also gears. So it looks like our main trouble is not having enough gears for all this stuff. They are also putting in the power network. Somehow we're already almost at 4,000, but we only added in 2 more wheels, which gives us a total of 520 power. Maybe that does add up. I think we were at around 3,200. So the extra 3 wheels that we're adding in may push us closer to our demand of power than I thought. Which I wasn't expecting. What did I eat today? I did not eat anything today, actually. Drinking of beers will make you go blind. Okay, Applejacks. Have fun, Willow. I am curious on what you're eating. Say hi to Kren. Tell Holdra and Shoal that I said wolf. Don't know what it means. I want to make sure that they build these two before we break this off. And we're getting our first bad tide of the stream. That's great. We earlier built this section here to separate bad water from our main water supply. We had it down here, but I want to send it off this canal and off the map rather than it coming all the way down here through this area and mixing with this. So we're trying to clean the water, pretty much, is what we're doing. Oh! We are getting strong winds and things are getting thrown off my computer table, so I'm just gonna put all the paper on the floor now, rather than letting it fly off. That can is empty, that's gonna fly. Don't think my napkins are gonna fly off, but they might. No, Gino, I did not eat Skittles. I actually ran out a while ago. I had Reese's Pieces for a while, and I actually finished them recently as well. We just need 10 more gears, or not 10, 14 more gears. Then this power spine will be connected into this once we... Actually, once we add that, it's connected in. But then we're going to be deleting this and putting another one of these charging stations right here. So I think the next thing I should do is lower these back down. Actually, no, they can stay up. We just want to break that apart. Grab that debris. Of course, the path, and then we want to put the charging station. Now I'm going to put a charging station here and then get rid of it. That's so that when I place it on the debris that they just picked up, it's not needed anymore. Never mind. That was unnecessary building. Anyway, they built that in. Once they build this in, we're then connected back up. That also means that we can get rid of this. And putting the charging stations on this side and make them a high priority as well. We're increasing how many stations we have for the beaver robots to be charged. Although they work like Rover, to where if they have a battery, they stop working. And by that I mean they stop doing tasks. But unlike Rover, we can charge them and they become alive again. If you guys can... I know it's small on my screen, but if you guys can read the... what is this? The announcements on the left side of the screen. The beaver bots do break down. So they do fall apart over time. Nothing to do in range. We are now out of metal. We need to get over to another source of metal. This would be the easiest thing to get to. So let's get this here. We're gonna need a lumberjack. At least right there. We only need to cut down trees to get up here. This needs to be high priority and build immediately. I wasn't paying attention to how many things we had. We're not out of blocks, but we do use blocks to make one of the Beaverbot things, the chassis. So we are actually running out of blocks. Do these use them as well? I click on the one we're building. They use metal parts, which also uses scraps, just like the blocks do. But I think they use less. Not sure. How's our power doing? So it looks like they added in almost everything. We're almost at 4,000. We are at 4,000. Are we getting, like, more power for some reason? Slowly? Maybe they just added this in and it's still calculating the power. No, it's still going up. Oh, this is... okay. Oh, I almost saw 300 for a second there. Beaverbots sound like malware? It does a little bit, yeah. Also, another thing on the channel, as you guys can see, we have a Pokemon bot in chat that spawns Pokemon. Today, I just recently added in a way for me to automatically catch things without me having to type it. So that I can catch the Pokemon I don't have. So you're gonna see me typing in chat, but I'm not actually typing in chat. And we're waiting for me to run out of the balls to catch Pokemon in, so that we can do the last automation thing. So I guess I can actually get rid of these. Now that we're here. We don't need any of that anymore. We are going to kind of need a station down here for us to do stuff with. Here's the bad tide, so we need to focus on this. The first thing is that this goes down there. We did get a little bit of an overspill, so we're going to have to add some levees to this. So I'll pause and place. That amount's probably fine. We'll do that eventually. This will overspill a little bit, it always has. But what we're waiting for is... well, something's not working here. This should have been cut off and that should have been turned on immediately. On if any point input is on. Do we want it like that? If it's not a bad tide, this is on. If the contamination sensor is less than 3%, this is on. Which means that until this shows any amount of contamination. Alright, that should be fine actually. But it should have switched over when we had a bad tide. So I don't think we want this on not bad tide like I assumed earlier. I think we do want it like this. No? Does that not work? Oh, that didn't change it. Never mind. We do want this on bad, not bad tide, but we want this to be flipped, I think. Welcome in, Brigade. For some reason, it doesn't say that you came in with the raid. So I guess thank you for lurking and also coming in with the raid. So right now, we want this to be open when this is on. No, we want this to be off, don't we? If this is on, like it is right now, we want this to be open. So I definitely do have this reversed, which means that this is also reversed. But then if it's not a bad tide, this is also on. So we did want this on bad tide like it was originally with this section. So we want this to be, or we want both of these sensors to be the same, which means that I want this to also be greater than 3%. Now this should flash to switching. Oh, we forgot to get rid of these. This will allow the amount of water to leave here a little bit quicker, so let's grab that debris. Because this is probably going to overspill into here. That's overspilling. That was kind of expected because this gets narrow. The water can't really leave as quickly. Although it didn't overspill a lot. Drink all the water? Applejacks. How much water do I have in this? I don't have a full bottle. I'm trying to figure out how to show how much water I have in here. I have about half. So that's what I'm going to be drinking. I just want to make sure that we can get... Ooh, why did this drain out? Oh, because we left this open because it's still connected to the automation. That is kind of okay. Because we know that this is working correctly and not flooding. So let's get rid of the remaining stuff here. And then let's drink the rest of the water while they are doing other stuff. So what do we want to focus on while I drink the water? This is almost done. They've actually continued building, which I didn't want them to do that yet. But I guess while it's a bad tide, we let them do that. They did more of the power here. And they'll start doing these as we get more gears to do it with. They should also be focusing on this. We're going to prioritize the dirt. That's the path. I want the dirt, not the path. Oh, that's still the path. There we go. Eventually this water is going to be coming through this and just flowing through here. We can put platforms to cover this and then put paths on top of it. We can't plant trees in any way on top of that. So we'll most likely have a path there, and that's just to extend the fertilization. Are there robots? Yes, yes, there are, Regus. All of our builders are robots. Anyone that's up here is a robot. This is the 94th bot, who is apparently 38 years old. So with them doing this, they should be filling this in a lot faster now. So I am going to chug this whole water. It's going to take me a little bit. And my stomach's probably not going to like it. Let me take a look at the rewards first and make sure to clear all the rewards. Because I have not done that in over 25 days. So, here's to you, Fabrax. You did do hydrate as well. So cheers. There is a cheers command, but it's plural. You have to put the S on the end of it for it to make a noise. Gotta take a breath. I am surprised that Firebot was able to play the noise twice at the same time. Both Regus and Fabajax did the redeem, and I could hear a slight echo and noise, so I know it played it twice by like 10 milliseconds of a difference. I thought it was gonna play one noise and then play it again afterwards. You're surprised Firebot didn't explode? It actually, once they got the newest update, it's been working a lot better than before. Like 6 months ago, Firebot was a little iffy on if I wanted to, you know, keep using it, but it seems like it got a lot better, in my own opinion. Anyway, here's the last, like, I'm gonna say like half a cup of water left. There's not that much left in here. And now I need the napkin. I was maybe going to fly away earlier. Ah! I dropped the headphone. Everything's falling apart. I did spill a little bit of water at the end there. Alright. They have this done, so we can put the dynamite in, and I want this to be max priority, so we can continue growing things. Now, when they do explode the dynamite, this entire area is going to fill with water as they're trying to close it off by adding dirt block. So that's going to be fun to watch later on. And it looks like the last things they're doing with the dirt is putting the path in here. So anyway, let's flood this little area here. Explode a unit using dynamite. What does that mean? Oh, I think one of the bots exploded. I think we just killed a beaver bot. So I don't know why else it would say a unit. We also can't grow these anymore. They can't even be collected because this is saying it's too far away. We have enough fertilization out here. Burp him before he spits up? I'll be okay. The wind is coming in very strong. I don't know if there's anything for you guys to look at. Maybe the camera's shaking a little bit because of the monitors. But this is like looking out the window. Almost tornado warning speeds. We do occasionally get tornadoes in my state. We've actually had about 3 in the last 7 years, I think. Okay, so these are cassavas. We're trying to increase our cassava plantation. So because these are things that can't get eaten right away, we're going to want a little bit more than you think, because we need to ferment them after waiting for them to grow. So we'll do that entire section. We need to make sure that these can reach them, which they can, and then these are going to be focused on cassavas. These are soybeans. We are going to get rid of these. And instead, we're going to place down a max storage right here. For cassavas, which are these? Priority. We need to find the kohlrabies and cassava storages, because we need these to be emptied now. And then they should be placed in here. When I get around to it. Now I'm going to high prioritize picking up debris. Medium priority to storage. Okay. If we figured out how to fix the automation for chat, So earlier, Gino checked to see if he had a Pokemon. It said he didn't have it, like it did just now. And then the automated Firebot command made me try to catch the Pokemon twice. And we fixed that, so now it didn't try to make me catch it twice. So that's good. Now, don't think I want to put path blocks across this. We're not really going to use that as a path. I do want to cancel this. That is canceled. I think I just want to destroy it. Yep. And we want to move this path over to here. Who caught it? Oh, both me and Gino caught it. Congrats, Gino. Okay, so now these farmers should focus on their respective plantations unless their building is full of that item, then they help the other person. So I'm not sure why these people are going way up there. Because they should be getting these. Maybe they're full. They might be full. Anyway, they're doing this pretty quickly. Next issue is getting rid of all these. So we first have to say... Oh, that's digging up. No planting here. That's going to be a path. Oh, it also does the forestry planting. Oh, that's awesome. I didn't know it did that. I thought I had to go into the tree thing and say no planting trees. That makes a lot more sense. We also want to tell them to cut these pine trees here so that we can get them out. That's going to be a path, cutting this section off. What should we make this small section? Should this be the berries over here? We don't need a lot of berries. We could keep this as a large section and make that the next food group, which would be the soybeans, which are already there. I think that makes sense. We also don't have a way of getting the soybeans because the farmers are no longer in view. I think this is a good plan. So these are the canola. We need to make a spot for the canolas. Okay. Are they able to reach that last tree? They are not able to reach the last tree. That is a little bit funny. So I'm going to place down one lumberjack just to get that one tree. Actually, we do need the lumberjack to cut down all the trees now. I'm not sure why I only did one. One lane. So let's cut down every tree. I think I want to tell them to not plant any trees because we have them over here. So let's cancel all of these. Which means we don't need this forester anymore. Probably should have kept the forester there for growing berries over here. Although we only need the yeah, we should have kept the forester there. We only need the forester for a few moments. All they have to do is plant the berries, and then they can disappear. And I need to flip this so that the door is on the other side. We're pressing F. So let's replace this. They'll do nothing for a little bit until all these trees are gone. And that person should be able to reach this tree all the way over here, but they're going to be cutting down all these pines first. Okay, that's getting worked on slowly. They are getting pretty far down here. They're actually a lot farther than I thought they would be while I wasn't looking. How much more? We are getting up to 6,000 horsepower. So the charging stations do, in fact, take power. They do, yeah. So we just increased how much usage. That makes sense. I'm also thinking about telling them to build these, and we'll just pause them later on once they're built. Do we want more bots? I think we do want more bots, so I'm going to turn this on. Have them creating more people. We do have charging stations that are keeping up with how many bots we had. Okay, now... one thing that we do need to figure out is how I'm going to keep the food over here. We also need to make this area a fun area. And by that, I mean... oh, they're doing stuff out here! Actually, they're beaver bots, it doesn't matter. Regular beavers will become contaminated beavers if they go into the bad water. And that means that they no longer will do any tasks or jobs until you get them cured or until they die. Then they get replaced by a new beaver in that job. That was your first catch of today, Gino? Have fun lurking, Fable. Have fun with breakfast. You almost thought Willow started face cam, but then realized the hair wasn't blue. I mean, it's true. Does that mean if I dye my hair blue, I would be considered part of Willow's family? I think that's what it means. And I can't even say that I'm wearing a wig because I have this clean cut through my hair. It'd be very hard to hide a wig with that cut. Okay, so bad water should still go down there until we have less than 3% contaminated water at this spot. Which is probably not where I want that sensor to be focused on. It's probably going to take a while for this to be less contaminated. Although we are getting our fresh water through here. Now it's going to be pushing out this contaminated water through a canal that's underneath here. Not sure how that's working though. I think it's working. So now this just overtopped, which is okay because that should evaporate before we even get to using that. Even if bad water comes down here, it has a second check. Why is it having a hard time getting down through here now when it was doing fine with just the bad water? Like, we're flooding, but earlier it was fine. I don't know. But this did just open, so now we're pushing all the liquid through here. And that just switched. So now everything's coming through this side. The trees are getting taken care of fairly quickly in this area. So let's put in our new path as far as we can. We're coming down here. And this whole section here is going to be berries when we can add the berries to it. I think what we should do is figure out where we need our farmers for these canolas in order to reach this entire section. Why can't we go up further? I think we might need platforms so we can actually reach that area. That's as far as I can go. I'll put paths in here even though we're not cutting this in half. We do have these on a high priority, right? Oh, they didn't put in a second building still. because we're waiting on gears. Let's put that on high priority so that any gear that we do make should go into this immediately. And how's our power doing? It's still going up. Does it raise when we have another beaver bot in the chargers? Like these without power, or without a beaver in it, don't take power? No, it's definitely taking power. So they're probably just charging slower without them having the max power of 50 horsepower. But we probably needed all those chargers for when we have all 6 of these buildings running. Why are these not running? Unable to get all required materials. They need 1 limb. They didn't have all 4 limbs. That's funny. Oh, this person over here doesn't have a job. This is going to be just dug out. I forgot to keep an eye on this area. That will stop them. If I go... I need to figure out where we're going to be putting stairs so that we can get up each one of these levels. And I think I see the stairs for over here. And then we can just go straight up this. And that's how we'll get everything over here. We do need paths to go through here so that they actually can see everything. But I should be able to put... I don't know why I was paused. I should be able to put these here and they should reach all the way up there. Doesn't look like they're going to, so I'm going to put at least 3 up here. But the storage is going to be down here. For scrap metal. High priority. We're just going to do it this way because I need to high priority all these as well. And they got rid of that tree so we can put this path in, and now everything's connected in again. We then don't need you. Do I want these as bots? Probably. Put 500 science into that. Well, we actually don't need that high prioritized. Or actually we do, because this is things that are used for building the beavers. So we'll do that. They are getting this done fairly quickly with just one of these buildings. Surprised. They built in all those platforms so we can do the farmhouses again. Now that they have the path there, they can see everything, and we don't need it to do past that path. So if I go right here, this first farmhouse can reach this entire area. And then we want these to be focused on soybeans. Why are they building them right now? That doesn't seem like something they should have been doing right now. Anyway, soybeans there, prioritized by haulers. We got rid of all the cassavas. These are the soybeans, so let's empty that. And the cassavas we got rid of completely because they were able to put it in here. These are only going down when people eat them. I'm gonna pause these so that we run low on the cassavas a little bit faster. And these are the mangrove plants that we're not doing. That's the algae. Algae rations. These are all rations. That's corn. We are making the algae, so keep that storage there for now. It's not going to hurt us to have the storage. This is coffee we don't have yet. Those are the mushrooms and food for the mushrooms. Or food made by the mushrooms, I mean. So this is just less stuff that we need later on. I'm going to keep this forester here because we're probably going to put our trees that we're gaining food from on that side. We're still waiting on these. They are growing out. Did these just get planted? Get rid of those. We don't want them. I'm waiting for him to get rid of that tree so I can place the path in. Oh, a beaver bot just died right here. So this is what it looks like when they die. They just fall apart. I don't know how quickly you guys were able to see that. Okay, so that should mean that this is empty, which it is. And then we're gonna add soybeans. All in there. Do we need this amount of soybeans? What are they used for? Is there fermented soybeans? There are fermented soybeans. Okay. So we do want a large area like this for fermented soybeans. Do we want this entire area? Maybe, because it's kind of cut into on like this area was. So I'm going to say stop doing this. And also, we're going to get rid of all these berries. High priority. What? You're stuck in there? Oh, because... Okay. They can't get around that ladder. So we need to place these two things further out. Like right here and here. Then they can actually reach everything. Okay, and then that's our 4 scrap people. They should be able to reach everything. This one person can reach all of this, so that's good. We don't need to look at that anymore. We should be making metal blocks. We are running a little low on wood. And I get the feeling they can't get over to here. So we're gonna get rid of these. And you can't get up there either. So hopefully when I delete this, they'll be able to reach further. Actually, I can do that now. So can you reach all the way? You can reach all the way there now. So can this person. So we really just needed one opening. But I'm going to turn all these around. Or rotate them, I mean. So that we have 4 lumberjacks facing this direction. And then 1 more lumberjack. And then we don't need these 2. And we can put our oaks in there. So can everyone over here reach everything? Yeah, you can reach all that. Okay, so they can reach everything now. They don't have anything in view, so they can get rid of that. They got rid of all the barriers on the side, so let's not put a path there. Put a path here instead. And soybeans. All in here, please. How many bots do we have? We have 6 unemployed beaver bots. We also have cassavas down here, or kohlrabi. So we're going to cancel the kohlrabis over here. And I have to think about where we're going to be putting the gatherer flag, because it can't reach everything, but it can right here. So we're going to put, once we can get the path in here, we're going to put the gatherer's flag pretty much where the forester is. So this looks like a lot of food, but it should be around the same amount as this. Is this still emptying? Kind of. Not really. We are also still gaining more from this. They did also put this in, so let's pause both of these. We don't need them going yet. They did place this in now. And how much science did I need? 4,000. So we're almost able to put beaver bots into there. So we're going to hold off our other bots for being able to place into these so that we have people not getting hurt anymore. Because the 6 beavers that we have injured are because of these jobs. We do have 9 bots out of power, but they should be able to get over here. So I'm not sure what's going on with them. We also have 6 unemployed regular beavers. So we are going to unpause more of these. And they're fairly far across here. We could actually... tell them to block this off so that the bad water is no longer getting mixed with this area. And then only coming down here. But I think we're going to hold off. We'll hold off. Because they are also doing up here. Which are doing a pretty well job of doing. Alright, I think that it is time to get onto this island here, and probably this island also. This has to get dynamited quite a bit. But this island is kind of going off of this being completed as well, so we can't do that one yet. We can do this one. So let's get on here. I need path blocks. And I think what we're going to do is just go straight across so that they have the option of using this area in the future if we want to. And we'll go like this. Not sure where I want everything to be built yet, but we need to be able to get up here and dig out all of these berries. So we can start dynamiting that entire platform. We could probably move the canola to right here temporarily, at least, so that we can connect this path in and have this prepared for the berries. How did they... Oh, they can get through here to get to that. Okay. Unexpected, but also okay. Trying to figure out how they're doing this. So it looks like they're doing the overhangs until they can reach another platform. Then they're doing those first, which means that these are getting put on the back burner. Or maybe it's because we don't have blocks. Yeah, it was probably because we didn't have the metal blocks for it. And they're now in here getting rid of all these, so let's do paths. I'll have to see where they can't reach before I add all the paths in. It looks like they're stopping right here. I think they can take all of the berries away from the right side now. I think they just need a couple more paths to the left. How much dynamite do we have? We do have a decent amount of dynamite. So when we actually place the dynamite on here, we shouldn't take too long. Okay, they can reach all of those, they can reach all of these, so everything's done. Let's get the dynamite in. I'm gonna try to make this look natural. Alright. Once they dynamite all that, we'll have another island for growing wood. And this dam's getting closer and closer to being able to complete all the way across. Well, that's also reliant on our wood. So let's get the dynamite going, so that we can start planting the trees. How are the casabas doing? Or kohlrabies? They're almost done. So what I'm gonna do, since there's only a couple kohlrabies, I'm just gonna destroy that. Tell them to pick up everything. And then turn these on. We have 14 beaver bots. How much science do we have? Oh, we just got the 4,000. We're definitely unlocking this and what? Where'd the science go? We had the science and then we didn't. That was weird. Oh wait, there's something using 3 science. It was this thing. So now we have bots in there and bots in here. That means we shouldn't have any beavers doing anything production related. It's over 4,000. Alright, so that should be helping us. We are getting the kohlrabies out from here. Which I should probably keep these paused until that's done. I'm gonna unpause this and pause the other way. Because I want them to plant the kohlrabies in here. I forgot that we had all this. They should be able to build this and then allow us to get in through here. Some of these are only halfway done, so this is going to take a little bit long. We do have berries up here, so we're not in like a rush to have more. Okay, I need to focus on these so that I can tell them to pause now after everything is planted. So now the only kohlrabies we should be getting are the ones from down here. Dynamite over here is being placed in fairly quickly because we had a backlog of it. We have a lot of planks, we don't have a lot of gears. So let's turn another one of those gear. You know what? All the gears. We'll work out the planks after we find out how much we need. Once they finish all the dynamite, they should be working on the mega dam. Or this. Actually, not sure. Oh, and I just realized why they're not doing these 3. They were the last 3 placed in. So they'll be the last 3 to get done. Just want to make sure that they can reach all these. Yes, they can. Why is that not even done? Oh, that's the path. That immediately gets done. Okay. Now that we have another one of these, our power. Everything's probably running at 66% efficiency. Yeah, because we're only making 2/3 of the power we need. Even our battery is drained completely. I would say it's time to add more down here, but we're waiting on the metal blocks so that we can add more to this. You know what? I'm gonna add the impermeable floor studies. Because I feel like they're doing something else rather than this. They are. That's ready. This is also ready. This is also ready. So they just need to come over here and hammer those a few times and then they'll be done. Dynamite. is, I want to say, more than 50% done on this island. I don't know the exact math on it, but it looks like it's more than 50%. And at this point, I'm debating on not waiting for the trees to grow. Yeah, let's just tell them to cut down the trees. If they grow before they're cut down, great. But we're also not going to keep waiting. Once they finish doing the dynamite, I'll let them do it whenever they can. Let them do the trees whenever they can. Why didn't they place these three in? Was it just 3 slow-moving bots? Looks like it. Oh, a drought started. I didn't even realize we had a drought coming. So now we get to see what this looks like, now that the water's not there. These are our 3 platforms, so down here there's a canal that goes into this water, connecting it to the river. There's another 2 very slow-moving beavers going to these. I would add charging stations throughout the entire colony, but they require power. So I would have to make power spine or a power network going throughout this entire area, just so that there's like 1 or 2 things to charge the bots. They're almost done picking up all the corallies off the ground. And it looks like these trees are growing faster now, so we're probably in the period of time where the trees are growing, rather than when we're waiting for the trees. I think once these 2 beavers leave, we're ready to blow this up. Maybe not. But they're still coming in 1 at a time. We didn't blow up the beaver. And apparently, I just got an achievement called I Am Become Death by blowing up 200 dynamite in 1 day. By the looks of it, we're probably not going to have a dead spot in the center here. This is why humans died out. Didn't the beavers learn anything? Apparently not, Regus. Apparently not. I'm not sure when I want to start working on this building over here, but what we're gonna do is we're gonna put the cap on this. What I just placed on there will be able to close off the bad water, so no bad water will ever go down here again, aside from when we have a bad tide before this is finished. Which by the looks of it, it looks like we have 3 droughts before we have a bad tide. I don't know if that's always the case. I doubt that it is. With how close they are to finishing this entire thing, I think I might wait for them to finish it all before we add more power. Probably counterintuitive since we're only working at a 66% power supply. It may be faster to add in more things to create power. Also, they're not making as much power as they usually do. I wonder if that's because we're in a drought, and this doesn't work the same during droughts. Actually, no, no. It's working again now. Maybe the switch from temperate season to a drought made this drop a little bit, so the pressure wasn't as strong right away. I have no idea, chat. What I do know is that we finished this already, so we are going to put canolas temporarily right here. And we're going to say stop there. You are focused on canola, but you're not picking it up. So that makes me think that we have too much. Berries, coffee, pine, mangrove, those are 4 trees that give us a type of food. We don't need a lot of resin, we don't need a lot of berries, so I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to cut this section here in half and do half of it pine, half of it berries. I think that would make sense, right? Now we have 9 bots that are not being used right now. I don't have enough science for this? How much science is it? 1,000. 800. Okay, so we don't... One thing that I usually do is have the farmers be bots so that we can collect food all day long and all night long. I think what I'm going to do first is make sure that the bots are doing things related to production. So the foresters, the lumberjacks, obviously all the forest or the production stuff. And then we'll go into this. I do have a whole 3 water pumps that are not transferred over, so let's do that. How's the dynamite doing? We're running slowly on dynamite because we don't have that much anymore. And then they're probably working over here. Okay, I think at this point... we're going to tell them not to continue down there. Continue the impermeable floors. And levees. We'll start getting this ready. So this should drop directly into this little creek here. And trying to think of what I want to do over here. I think I want the staircases in here. So there would need to be a levee here. 2 levees there. Because it's stair, stair, curved stair going the other way. This goes away. We have power going all the way down here. We're actually just going to continue it as far as I can for the time being. They won't be able to do it all, but they'll be able to get a majority of it done. That connects us all the way back down to here. If it wasn't for our metal blocks, it would be doing the impermeable floors. So I think we might need another metal workplace. Unless it's because of the amount of scrap metal we have. And we have a lot of scrap metal, we're just not making enough blocks. Now why aren't they doing these either? Low priority, gotcha. So that would be done after the trees are done. Because the trees are at a higher priority. And all that'll be done after this is done. Which I think is in the correct order. I don't think they're ever going to pick up these vanilla because we're not using a lot of it. We only have a small storage. I'm just going to tell them to pick up this stuff. Same as before, if they get around to doing it, they can get rid of it first. Or they can pick it up first. I'm gonna stop people from going into this water area because we don't need anyone down there anymore. And then we want to demolish this and pick this up. We also do not want this. Yes, we do. Never mind. Because we have wood here. Let's also queue up what we need to do over here. So, dynamite. Dynamite, dynamite. Double dynamite. We have a bunch of trees in the way. Dynamite there. Dynamite here. Now we need doubles in this area. That should blow everything to the correct height when we get around to doing it. They'll probably do these. Actually, we finished this, so we know that it's not going to overfill. So we should connect this back in, which is going to take their attention away from everything else. Just so that we can make a little bit more of the map blue and green. They did put a couple more tiles of the impermeable floor. That's slowly getting extended to on top of the hill. Oh, that's just the block being there. I was wondering why this wasn't letting the water go through, and then I realized that the next one changed colors. So they placed it in there, but they didn't build it yet. Why are they doing that already? It's odd. This person walks so incredibly slow. What wood source did you get that from? This one's already done. So this is probably getting the wood from these two beavers, because I think they hold 3 logs each. And I was right. How are we doing over here with this dam? They're starting to build this dam in now. So now that we're in a temperate season, I think it's time for us to take this all apart. So let's go into our destroy mode. Just break all of this apart. Wait until this starts flowing. Before we increase this. Are we getting water? There we go. Now it's coming through the canal. I'm just waiting for this to flow a little bit faster than it currently is. Alright, I think it's doing fine now. We are gonna wait until this fills up, and then we'll open this floodgate. So let's first pick up all this debris. And I guess we're going to need to add the path closer to the floodgate so we can grab everything. They put all the dynamite in over here. So we can detonate that and demolish this. And then we need to figure out where we're going to put our forester, which looks like right in the center. Also in line with this path, it seems. No, it's one set. It's set one back. That's fine. So we can just go like this. Then our lumberjacks, we have to make sure the lumberjacks can reach as far as the forester. So I'm gonna go like this. Which does look a little weird. But that's fine. We don't need this done right this second. But we are going to place oak trees in this entire area. Including down here, even if they can't reach it. So that'll be our next tree farm. Give us even more trees. We do have a large portion of this done, which is the entirety of what we need. I think we're gonna have to cut down all these trees. So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna have 3 people down here. And well, actually we do have to cut the trees anyway because it's gonna be a tree farm. Now, I need a ladder that'll allow me to get up here. So let's do that. That'll allow me to put in all the double dynamite. Let's fill this in completely. Well, that's another thing I should type in. Let's go to events. Whoops, that was disable. Enable. Edit. Registering desk 0. Let's place in another filter. Alright, so that should now work when I have the regular form of APOM but don't have the female form. It should be able to catch Pokemon later on that follow that type of thing. Where do I want to cut this in half for pine? I think I want to go right down this section here. Just like that. Why are they not cutting this tree down? Are we just full of logs? It looks like we're full of logs. They also started building all this stuff, which I'm surprised. So they must be really bored. They did start doing that. Okay. Which means that they probably picked up all the stuff from here. They did. So let's just do this. We must be close to 4 hours because my headphone just died. That now releases a whole bunch of water that's going to fill in this big area. It will eventually fill in way over here. Actually, that's going to be overfilling. I think we have to place water, a blockage somewhere that's higher than where they currently are blocking. I'm pretty sure we have to increase this by putting a levee on top. Well, I prioritize those few, just to see what happens later on. Because this is coming out to this portion, which is this height, one lower than this. Oh, that is the height of the blockage. So we might not need that, actually. We do need it here. It's gonna be too deep at this point. Oh, we do need it on both. Okay, never mind. But now I need a way to get up and over this. So block that off. Here's our path to get over here. And we'll also put all that stuff in. So although this does have a way to leak out, I want the blockages done first so that we don't have to worry about this later on. Because this is going to keep slowly flooding this area until it can't flood anymore. Then its primary way of leaving will be down this way. They already finished that blockage. Up here they have all of the permeable floors built in, right? Yes. So we can grab this. Make sure I'm only grabbing the path and get rid of all of that. And then we learned the hard way that I need to do each stair one at a time. Otherwise we won't be able to pick up the debris. Okay, so now we can put these levees in. Once they get rid of all this debris, we can put the next levees in. And these are all the levees we need. We don't need this ladder anymore. And we can also put in the power wheels that we're going to have. Up to that point. No, do them whenever they can. And that should be another... It's 260 times 12. $1,500 or close to it? This should be 1,010. Not 1,010. 1,005. We have another almost 500. So yeah, it's about 1,500 that we're adding to this. That'll make our production go up a little bit faster. They are getting the dynamite in, but I think they can't reach the rest of the dynamite, so let's do this. They got a lot over here done. We're gonna have to wait until they're done cutting the trees before we blow that dynamite. We are overtopping over here already. I did not want them to do this, but I guess that's okay. You guys have a way to get out now. Beavers did stupid things, so now we have to wait until they finish doing their stupid things. Why didn't they finish doing this? They just need someone to hammer this. Then it's done. It has all the planks it needs. Alright. I'm gonna ignore them for now. Up here is kind of getting done, but I think they're prioritizing the levees that I just told them to do. The more we do over here, the more water's getting pushed upstream. Where I have them prioritized. So I guess we should be focusing on these guys. We might not need the path blocks. The platforms, I mean, I'm just gonna get rid of the platforms. We'll still have them do this one because all they have to do is hammer it and then it's done. There we go, they're finally doing it. They just need to hammer that one. They need to add 3 planks, which is probably what this person has. Let's just place this one in, and then that should be it. We don't have to look at this anymore. They'll do that eventually. The same with this stuff. They're almost done. They have 3 more. Am I counting that right? 3 more? Yes. You can already tell that this is working because it's already close to about dam height. Like over here it is dam height. And it looks like it's flowing down here and then going back, which is probably what was going to happen anyway. They finished the dam up here. They're still building over here, but they're almost done. With each levee they add here, they push the bad water further and further away from this area, which will soon dry up completely as soon as, well, we get rid of there, or get away from there. We are dropping water in here from that dam, which is the only way for water to leave the map. It looks like the more we block this off, the more water comes out through here. We're now flowing on this side of the hill. If they do this one levee right here, we no longer have bad water in this section. We're not still letting water out of here, right? No, we're not. There's now no more bad water being added to this. With one more levee, we'll have water coming out of here, flushing this entire system out. And there we go. This is now full. So in a few seconds we should see that this water stops flowing through here. And instead, these start moving a little bit faster. Oh, these are all done. That's not what I meant to do. I meant to do this. And they need to cut up here. So I'm just gonna put staircase right here. And just in case the next bad tide creates a surge here, I'm gonna put these in. Is it going to throw the ball or not? In chat. It is not working. So I think I need to change something. So this needs to be... Oh. Okay, let's see what I did wrong. Oh, Pokemon not registered. We want to get rid of this one. Hello, boy. What are you doing? Edit this. Okay, so now we have two different commands for that. That should work the next time we get around to this. Why are they building from down here instead of... Okay, that was weird. They still can't get all the trees. I was hoping they could without me having to place another lumberjack, but they can't. So we'll just place in another one. And get rid of these three. And we might as well put in another staircase right here for the dynamite that's up here. This one forester is struggling a little bit. Do we need 2 foresters to keep up with the people? I think if it was 8 beavers, we would need another forester, but we should be fine with this. Not sure. Also, this looks like it's dead. What happened to the water level here? I think I need this to have a dam. Or a floodgate at the end so it doesn't empty out. Let's put a floodgate here. We'll keep it lower than dam height, so what it is right now. That should keep water in here once it fills back in. These don't have to be here anymore. I think I want more than this, so if we go here, that might be a better split. So, over here is going to be berries. Over here is going to be pine trees, which may or may not have already been there earlier. Cut trees, no more. I'm going to get rid of the cut tree command down here, but we're going to be adding it in later on. And we don't have this set up to be cut, so we need to add the command to this. I think that covers everything that we want. Yes. Alright, so now when those trees grow up, they should be cut down. We want these to be unpaused. And then we need to start moving this around. So this is for the canola, which is right here. I think if I pause these, they stop being used and then get emptied. That's the resin box. So we're going to put a large thing of resin right here. Tell them to empty that when they get to it. I then need Papper's Shack. We'll unlock the science for it so that a beaver bot can work there. Even though they're gonna have nothing to do right away. With this, we can tell them to not plant in here, although they don't have to plant again. Once the berries are planted, they just grow. They don't have to be replanted. This area looks awesome, being green and blue. And we put in the second layer of the levees, mostly. We're just waiting on a few pieces, and then we have the larger water wheels, which take planks and logs only. Now we could spend some time right here raising the water level, but we're going to end up flooding this level anyway. So there's no point putting the dam across there if it's going to just overflood this before it gets down to here. This area at the entrance to the water is going to have to go up 3 levees. This is going to go up 2, and then we have to place on top of that. And you, little boy, need to keep your mouth out of things that aren't yours. I'm getting tired of the little kitten being nosy on everything. And there goes the other headphone. So you can get rid of this. You guys may hear the game with an echo when I talk because of the speakers being on. There's a tree right here. This is also supposed to be dynamited out of here. Let's do it. Let's get rid of this as well. This gets dynamited with a 2. Everything else gets a 1. A bad tide has started, so we get to see if this is going to be able to block off the bad water. We are now releasing all of our clean water down here so that the bad water doesn't overflood like it is. It's still flooded a little bit right here. So I'm getting the feeling that we're going to have to keep adding levees all the way down here until that's 2 tiles high. Now they placed in all the dynamite, but they didn't build any of them. Oh no, they put the extract there, they didn't put the explosives. Okay. That's a neat way of doing that. We're just waiting on logs to get over here. waiting for the day that we no longer need these water wheels to stay afloat. Right now, we're still trying to get up to that point where we're staying afloat with those. We're kind of there. We're not 100% there, though. We have 10 viewers that have nothing to do. 10 bots that have nothing to do, so let's unlock this when we can. That's 800. So we need 1,800 for production-related things. I don't think we have these unlocked either, so that's another 500. I also don't think that these are being emptied. And they're still planting all the berries and trees. Kind of want this being done now. This has been emptied. This hasn't. I'm gonna assume that they can't be emptied until they're destroyed. You have 4 more trees to build, or to plant. There we go. That forester goes away. All of this goes away. All this gets picked up. Just waiting for this to get done so that and make sure that this gets emptied. There we go, this should be getting emptied now. Picked up all the food that was on the ground. Alright, so now we have more food stuff that we can place down. I think I'm gonna go connect that in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we're halfway there. We no longer need these. Yes, we do need the berries. We need to wait until these at least grow up. So we need to wait at least 8 days before we start digging up the berries over on this side. Food, on the other hand, growable food. We still need to do a canola thing. We need corn, eggplant. Canola, corn, eggplant. We could do 3 there. What's the other thing? Coffee and mangrove. Okay. I think I know how I'm going to do this. We're going to go straight down like we were planning before. These are going to have to be moved. I don't know why we still have them there. That's a well-being thing, and it's the double showers. all of that, then this. Get rid of this. This was a temporary access point, so we don't really need that. We have 17 beavers unable to do something. This is the 1,000 one, right? Yep. We're getting close. We're almost done. I am gonna actually place platforms in here so that the ground is connected in all aspects. And I need to cut this into 4 quarters that are somewhat equal. So we're gonna go straight across here. We do have this connection point here, which is going to be an issue, kind of. I think right here looks even. Then it would also be straight up like that. That's our next 5 spots. I forgot 2 of which are these things. We're not going to need that much room for those. They could be on 1. Wait, no, I only counted the plantable things. I didn't account for these yet. We actually need a 6th spot. Coffee mangrove. Three plants that are probably going to need it a lot. Canola we really don't need. Why did this drain out completely? I finished all the dynamite in this area. This is our 3rd and final area for growing trees, in case I didn't specify that earlier. How do I chop this into 3 groups? Or 6 groups, I mean. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6? We only need a small area for these. So we could do 3 crops here. Null is part of this, right? Yeah. No growing there. Yes to growing in this entire area. What are they doing or putting all these in? They got them all in. What is our power up to now? We're still 1,000 shy. But we are climbing a little bit, so maybe the water pressure is changing over here. So we're low by about 500. If I turned this... Oh, it is on. Never mind. We are about 1,000 low. And they're doing stuff over here now. So we have our next bad tide. We're gonna have to see if it overtops this area. And switch that out. We have 500 science. That's enough for the farmers. So we can start switching every farmhouse into being run by the bots. Which means that slowly every beaver is no longer being needed for work. I'll stop right there. So we should have these already set up for it. Yes. We just have an issue with bad water being in this area. We had a little bit of flooding, which actually would have helped us. We are also out of metal again. Luckily, I was able to catch it before we completely were out of it. The easiest way to get down there to this would be just follow the ground. All the way over to here. And because we need to put their workplace on stilts, We'll go like this. Actually, that needs to be back one. We need to be able to get a path and a staircase up here. That's not the right thing. There we go. Alright, that should get done soon. Should get done before the dynamite does. And all of this water is escaping through there for some reason. I don't see what it's filling in, but I guess this is a little bit less than that. It is getting rid of some of the bad water in this area, so that helps us. Alright, we have some storages that we're gonna have to move around. Mushrooms and then we have the fermented things, fermented cassava, and I think that's the berries. We don't need those here. We didn't even place in the berry thing over here. So I'm gonna have to cancel that many. So that we can place in forager. And storage for berries. Right there. Alright, I think this is a good spot to leave it off for today's stream. We got the water wheels almost all the way across the map, and unfortunately it looks like we're not going to be making enough power with this setup in order for us to run the entire workforce here. So we're definitely going to need probably another few water wheels, maybe somewhere else that gives us power year-long, like connecting in this power network all the way over to here, where we'll be having the bad water. Maybe the bad water can give us power throughout the whole thing. It's definitely something to think about. I was trying to waste time just to get these so we can leave off with detonation. And then we're also going to get rid of these platforms, as they are now too tall. we instead need that size. That's the only way in now. We want to get rid of everything in here. Because I need to figure out how we're going to build in here, or farm in here. Actually, it looks like just one forester in the middle does the entire thing. We'll go just like that. We'll put the lumberjacks across. And the storage... Not that storage. Right there. And this just needs to be connected in. Just to make sure, let's make sure that these are picked up immediately. And the next thing is placing in all the oak. And also telling that this is a tree cutting area. Didn't miss any edges there. That is going to have trees on it at some point. I just can't see if I'm actually grabbing it. Except for when I place it in spots that I don't want it to be. Alright, so that's all ready as soon as we can dynamite all of this and get across there. So one of our next steps would be to get up here and stop that from having bad water. Although it's not as important as stopping this area from bad water, so... I think we're just waiting for us to finish this is probably what we should focus on next. Which does rely on us having the tree farms working, which we are working on. So in a way, we are doing what we can as quickly as we can. So there's not much left to do, I think, in the next stream. As we work towards having this completed and making the water level rise, as it is one of our things on the to-do list. I think the only other thing we can do is go through all the well-being stuff. We stopped at the medical bed, so we can do the scratcher, the swimming pool, exercise plaza, the wind tunnel, the detailer, motivatorium, the mud bath. That'll take dirt. Half a piece of dirt every 1 hour. I think we went through all of the decorations. I'm pretty sure we did. We can also do the monuments. Now that's going to take a lot of science. We can't even place down or unlock the third science because it takes 12,000. Speaking of science to unlock, we still have to unlock these, which actually Wubby is making mushrooms right now. This is done. What else? That's fermented stuff. So that stuff's gonna have to go over here. We didn't even move these to the final place, which we did finish by doing this. Oh, I was hoping I could pause before they put that dynamite in. Anyway, now that we have this area opened, we can move our fermentation stuff over here, and then move all the fermented stuff before we move the things that we're still growing in this area. The other thing we should probably do is move the district center. And I'm thinking about connecting that over. And leaving this area just open with no crops. So I'm going to move the district center right now because it's an immediate build. And we're going to place it over here. It says District 3, but it's going to be District 1. Didn't know we could set that up. Default worker and new buildings. The bots. We get rid of you. Change you to saying District 1. Place in good old path. Let everyone readjust to losing their house and getting it back. Get rid of this. Pick up all this. We have most of our water back. I'm not sure what's going on here. I feel like we have bad water in this. No, it's just not reaching. What? But we know it will reach. Maybe the amount of contamination is just lower than I can visually see. I'm gonna leave those open just so we can monitor what goes on in here. I'm gonna put this on half filled at all times. And then what we're gonna do before we raid out is place down one new crop that we've never grown before. That's gonna be the corn. We'll put the eggplants up here in this area once we move them. And then one of these two spots is gonna be for both the mushrooms and the algae. The other one will be for the coffee. I think what I'm gonna do is flip this. Make one of these coffee and the other one mangrove, but I'm not sure which one's which. So let's go into food, crops. We are going to need a farm plot and storage for it. I meant farmhouses, not farm plot. This is corn. Actually, we don't need that on a high priority. We're in this entire area. So of course, farmers from all over the place can come in here and do that. But we also want to get rid of this. Okay, this is now, for real, the end of the stream. We did things last minute that we finally unlocked. We've gotten pretty close to the end of one of our goals, which is one of everything. Of course, that is pretty much the very last thing we're going to be doing is one of everything, because in order to do the max happiness, which is the second thing on the list, we need to do or place down one of every building anyway. That also includes the fourth thing on the list, which is all the monuments. That is also one of everything. So pretty much the very first thing on the to-do list is not really in the right order, so I think I'm going to move stuff around before we leave. However, this is the end of the stream, so we're going to be raiding out in a little bit. So if I go into settings, one of everything should go after the other three things, because we could finish one of the tasks, but still not have one of everything. And max out water should not be mixed in the middle there. As soon as we close off the bad water in the aqueduct, we can start working on raising this water level. It's just a matter of not having bad water mixed in. We already have this bad water cut off to where it'll never touch the clean water except for when it overflows like it currently is right here. Which they're actually getting pretty far on this. So we may have this done middle of our next stream, not even by the end of, or way before the end of it. We do have a lot of beavers, so I'm going to unpause this so that we have them doing something for us. Now we only have 27 unemployed beavers. We have 14 unemployed bots. And that's just because we still have to spend time unlocking things, so since we have 800 signs, or we have more than 800, I'm going to switch this over. And I'm pretty sure the only other thing we have to unlock is this for 750, and then the monuments. I can't think of another thing that is not switched over, aside from these for 250. But that'll be something we do in the next stream. I also want to put in these power pole or control towers all over the place when we're done unlocking things. So we can use this 10 signs per hour to spend... I guess we can only do 3 towers per one of these number crunchers. So we might need more number crunchers. That's for the next stream. So I hope you guys enjoyed this. We're going to have to try and find a good way to take a picture of everything that's been done. And one of the majority of thing, or a major thing, is the fact that we did water throughout most of the colony. So let's do our screenshot right here. That's saved and ready. We're going to save the game. Of course, under Shady Acres Beavers. And then let's exit the desktop and go into our raid out scene to find out who we are going to go raid out to. Thanks for watching. If you'd like to catch me live, I stream on Twitch on Wednesdays and Fridays from 10 AM EST to 12:30 PM EST, and on Sundays from 10 AM EST to 2 PM EST.